Well, good morning, everyone. Like I said, this is a special flying with Mike today. I wasn't really scheduled to fly today, but I thought, I got a little time, little fun. We're going to get up here and fly some GA in Colorado. So here we are in Aspen, Colorado, zoomed out a little bit. So let's kind of start zooming in here, shall we? And here we come into the FBO or one of the FBOs, and you can see we're going to be flying the Navajo. Today's flight, as you can tell up top, is from Aspen, Colorado, over to Steamboat Springs, Colorado. Places for a lot of us, especially in the US, are kind of sort of familiar with, at least may have heard of the terms, but anyway, we're going to give it a try. They're big ski resorts in the wintertime. Summertime, big outdoor area. So, but we're going to be flying kind of for Ameriflight. Now, the airplane doesn't say it like the Queen Air, I think it's called, down here in the foreground. But we're going to be flying for them as we continue to learn the Navajo, continue to fly and enjoy it. We had a great flight up in Alaska a couple days ago with it. Every time I go up with it, it's a fun plane to fly. So I can't say much more than that about it. So with that, folks, we are going to kind of get us zoomed in here a little more. And we're going to be flying November 8437 Zulu. So again, there's a better look of it with the little nose tuggy thing on it that Carenado loves to do. In the meantime, give me a second while y'all get a good look at it. I'll kind of move the camera every now and then. I want to pull one piece of information up. All right. Am I on? Huh. Am I too far? Oh, I'm too far north. That's why. There I am. Okay. Like, where am I here on VATSIM? Let's see here. And I'm going to try to make this like I do everything. If I can, make it easy for y'all to find me on Simaware. We'll show it off here in a second. As well as, okay, we got that active. That's now active. There we go. All right. So sorry about that, folks. Couple things I didn't get prepared prior to going live. But Haas00312, I see you followed us. Welcome aboard. Hope you enjoy the flight. By all means, folks, this is one of those days, actually, every flight. I would love to see a lot of the flying with Mike folks airborne, be it on the route I am or on your own routes. But let us know. I'd love to let people know you're up and flying. So, but anyway, here we go. Let's take a look and, we're going to go and kind of do a weird, I'll call it a weird um, exterior inspection of our plane here. In a second, let's get in a little closer, a little faster. All right. So let's switch over to that camera, come in a little bit so you can get an idea of what we're dealing with. Okay, so the Piper Navajo was built back in the 70s, 80 time frame, primarily, four or five people in the plane. Uh, Pilot plus four or five. And you'll see that here in a second as we begin to walk around. So let's get on the correct side of the aircraft to start this, and we'll just kind of look around. Now, B1 simulations, I really love ooh, that I don't want. Okay, there we go. I really love following his channel. Um, Not only did he teach me a lot of things about the Flight Factor A320, the A320 in general, That's because he's a real world pilot with it. But his roots start in this plane. Well, one of his planes he started with was this. Granted, he would have started in a single engine Cessna, Piper, Peach, and worked up. But this is where he started his commercial work to build up to the airlines. This aircraft is used up in Alaska with a lot of the cargo dogs up there. It gets into it gets in to those villages that are, out in the beaten path, off that beaten path there, which 90% of Alaska is off the beaten path. But he also flew it down here. And I think, and I'm not going to, put words in his mouth or anything like that, but he likes to fly the Ameriflight version, which I can't find. So I'm assuming maybe that was who the company was, but again, that's an assumption on me, and we all know what assuming means. But anyway, here's the airplane. And as we look at the wings, we're just kind of walking around. The cowl flaps are there. Now, you would turn the battery switch on, check your lights. But according to him, they didn't have a big battery life. So unless you were hooked to an electric generator, you're going to do the lights first, come back in, shut the master switches off, and then do the rest. Then go back around the aircraft doing the remainder of the checklist for each area. But anyway, again, we're just kind of taking a look. Here's the two Lycoming. Um, hang on a second, I'll get you the exact. Lycoming 6 TIO-540As. Now, a lot of the pilots would stick their baggage up here. And of course, other people's as well, but primarily theirs would go in the nose first, obviously. But they would load, obviously, from here, and the remainder of the baggage back here. Now, one thing his aircraft, he said, had that I don't see modeled in this one, I'm seeing if it's even outlined. They had a door here. Now, granted, this door was here as well, but so they would fire number two up, he would say first, or the right engine. And the main reason has nothing to do with generators or any kind of devices over there. If it caught fire, they could get out. Which, that happens, folks, with piston engines, not often. I've not, there aren't engine fires every day on them. But there might be, but I'm not privy to. But anyway, they don't catch, but if they would, they have their means of egress still available. So, but anyway, there would be a door here on his version. So, anyway, we just walk around. We have two Lycomings. The radar's here, intermittent working. And then we just kind of keep walking around, looking at everything, making sure the tires and everything is good. The cowl flaps look in good condition. And like I said, a beautiful plane. And back on the empennage, make sure everything's in place. Now this has the seats in it. Now, like I said, we're simulating cargo, so they're what I'm hauling, seats. And then we'll wrap it up. Yeah, the wing of the King Air next to us. All right, folks. So there you go. There's an exterior look at the PA-31 Navajo. So we've given enough time if people are showing up. Like I said, I put a call out yesterday, and I know that is so short notice. Um, so we're hoping people show up. We'll see. I do see Melvin Leroy has something planned up tonight out of what was it? Rapid City, South Dakota. May head up there with this plane. Who knows? He said biz jets. We'll see where he's flying, and who knows? Maybe the Navajo will make a run up there too. But so anyway, we'll see how my day looks because I don't plan anything without checking with the CEO first. So anyway, let's get into this plane here. So let's get rid of the all the good static elements, which I think should be itemized out. But hey, I don't work for Carenado. They don't talk to this captain. So hey, But if you're ready, let's go flying with Mike. We're going to be flying from here in Aspen, like I said, up to Steamboat Springs, um, Colorado. We're going to be in the Rockies the whole time. Flight levels are 9,500 to 10,000. We'll see how that all works if ATC comes up. They may or may not bless us on that. So let's start closing things up. All right, so we got the plane all closed up. Some things there. This is just basically some views. Now, these are the default views. I'm not running on these. Now, if we need sound up or down, we can change it here, as you can see. And what this does is field of view what we can see around us. Then up here is the autopilot, which is somewhat helpful for it to be able to come up in a pop-up like that. I'll give kudos to them for that. The big make us welcome aboard. See you're following us. Hope you're having a great Saturday. Your weekend is kicking off well. Feel free to grab your favorite GA aircraft. Got about a 80-mile journey up to Steamboat Springs, Colorado. We're sitting in Aspen. Now I'm in X-plane. Feel free to fly it in whatever sim you want, whatever GA aircraft you like. Just realize we're going to have some 10,000 foot or so better mountains to clear, but hope you have a great time. And again, the big Macus, is that how that is? MACCAS. Welcome aboard. All right, folks, we're going to hop into the cockpit here. Now we're looking as if you were coming from the cabin. So let's take a look back into the cabin. Not too shabby. 4 seats. So overall, not, nothing that I would, squawk and say, wow, this kind of bleh. Folks, this is welcome to 70s and 80s flying. Yeah, there may have been a table here or there brought in, but that's money, folks. But again, we're looking right at the bulkhead. Real quick before we get going, when you go through the checklist here, and the checklist is something to be desired with what comes with Carenado's aircraft, at least in X-plane from the store. I don't know if the other one has a better PDF or not. But anyway, your fuel switches are right down here. Let me actually, I think I've, here, make them better to see. They're right between the seats, right below the floor here. So when you step down, you're stepping over the switches. All right, so here's a better look at the, well, we're in the pilot seat. Let's go ahead, get some air flowing in. So let's go through the pre-flight checks here, shall we? Now we can do this one of two ways. I'm going to see if it's not going to be overwhelming, but I'm going to pull up my X checklist and we'll recenter it over here. We were going to recenter it, but it said no. Okay, so we filed our flight plan. So we've done our exterior checks. We'll go to the next one. Oh, wait, I've got to check. What are plus signs for? Never use this, by the way, folks. Okay, so basically, we're going to make sure all the switches are off. And they are. Looking around. The only one that's on is the ground vent fan, which we don't have power to the plane, so it doesn't matter. Parking brake. Okay, so let's go ahead and get rid of this. Parking brake is right below the steering column. That's why we got rid of it. So it is engaged. Mixture is idle cutoff. Mixtures, this one, propellers are full forward, throttles are all the way back and working. Master switch on. Now, it's in kind of a weird location. Again, go away. It's right down here below the circuit breakers. 2 switches. Turn them on. Okay, fuel tanks are set. Flaps are up. Position lights. Did not let me do that one. Okay, cow flaps, they're down here at the bottom. They're both open. Hang on, let's do it this way. Okay, so, you know what? I'm getting rid of this. Mainly because I'm kind of familiar with the plane already, so we've gone through mixture or master switches on. We got our 3 green. Fuel quantities look good. Trim, it should be in the neutral, and it is. Cow flaps, they're down here at the bottom. They are in the open position, which is all the way down. Master switch on. We already did that. We already established that. Avionics switch located right here, folks, and it is off. Might be a little easier to zoom in this way. Wish I could get rid of those if it would stay. Alternate air, that's these 2 switches, they're off. Mixture again, idle cutoff, props full forward, throttle is advanceable. Cow flaps, door jar lights. I don't know where those are on this plane, so if y'all are familiar, feel free to let me know. And autopilot FD switches are off, seat belts and no smoking turned on at this time. We're also going to turn the position lights on, just so you can see them. Yeah, it turned the recognition lights on too. Why? That's why. There we go. So now just the position lights are on. All right, so we're going to start this bird up. Okay, so what we're got to do is open the throttle about a 1/2 inch. So we'll bring it up to about right there. I bring it up to just it moving. There we go. Okay, now prop controls are forwards. Mags are up top here. We're going to start number 2, so we'll turn those on. Or right side. Sorry, folks. Used to flying jets. Okay. Mixture rich. Basically, we're priming the engine. Okay, and pull it back to about here. All right, and let's go ahead, clear the prop area, clear prop. Kick it over. Let's get it in a position to where you can see it. I don't want to flood it. Okay. And we want to get that alternator turned on. And also want to get the mixture up as quickly as we can. That was my bad. Okay. And we want to check our oil pressure, make sure it's up, temperatures, well, we're not going to be up yet. This is engine, right side engine, left side 1, 2, depending how you want to look at it. And your fuel's over here. Guess what? We do the exact same thing for the next one. Gear handles down, green, everything's green. So we're going to prime it. And then we're going to start it. Okay. Bring up our mixture, which is what I did not do the last time. It's back to 1,000 just for warm up. Okay. Again, pressure. Let's zoom in. Sorry, folks. Again, used to my airline setup. Okay, so we're green on the oil pressure. Temperatures will come up here as they build. And let's get the fuel pumps off. For now, these are the backups. And we're going to go after start. Okay, so master switches are on, lights are on as required. Let's go ahead and put that any collision now on. I guess we could have left it on. Let's get our lights in the cockpit. Of course, set them how you want. I just turn them all the way on. Avionics on. And we'll get our altimeter setting here. Altimeter here at Aspen is 30,042. I need to come in even. We're on that. Hang on. Another thing I found I'm not liking is the way we set the altimeter here. It's not it's not incremental. You either get 5 PS, 5 inches or nothing. I mean, it's ridiculous. That part's ridiculous. So beyond that though, let me see up here speed wise. Okay. Got the altimeter set. Clock set, electric trim, autopilot's checked and off. Again, we can check it real quick. There's what tells you. There's your line. It'll be up there for on, down here for off. Radios. All right. So let's get in here and start programming our aircraft up. Radio wise, we're on 122.8 for VATSIM, and one of my favorites I like to set. Start with it, even though it'll probably get changed. One, two, three, 4, 5. That's COM 1. COM 2 has us on 122.95. That's another Unicom channel. And then 121.5 is obviously, if you're not familiar, it's the universal emergency channel, guard channel. All right, get in here now and program this up. Actually, so flight plan. Always start with this, so you start with ASE as your beginning. However, you should be able to, that's our flight. Menu, enter. Okay, so we're going to be going. Kind of look it over here. We're going to be going, and now would be a good time for sim toolkit. Okay, kind of resizing it here a little bit. There we go. That'll work. All right. Hopefully this is pretty decently sized for you. Our routing is basically, hang on a second, I need to get another chart to help me with. Oh, geez, I'm on the wrong route here, where things look weird. Stand by one, folks, while I update a chart here. Then I'll bring I may bring this one over just because it's so much easier to read. Yeah, I will. Actually, I've decided I will. Okay, so let's get rid of Sim Toolkit here. Bear with me as I... Okay, and back to the flight sim. Okay, so we have Sky Vector up. Actually, I can make that a little bigger. There we go. Now that should be more kind of sort of readable. There we go. Let me... Okay, so there we go. So here on this, we're down here at Aspen. We're going to be coming up to what's called Red Lake, DBL. And the frequency there is 13.0. Okay, well, let's go through this. Then we're going to be tracking. I'm just showing it in this view right now to RLG on the Victor 421 airway. Now there's some fixes along here. That's where all of these come in. And then we're going to go from RLG out to Thule. And Thule is our initial for the RNAV into Steamboat. All right. So now, get a better look at this. Let's go to this chart. Okay, now you can see Vale, River, Kemble. See, oh, there's Foddy, and then RLG, which is Kremling to GUVU or YU out to Tully, and we're all set on the flight plan. Okay, and we can see that, and it'll also, we're going to be working a little bit of a departure. You'll see that in a second. Now my engine's looking good. Temperatures are coming up. So let's get VOR1 set to do that. Click, push CV, basically COM VOR. So now we're down here. We'll just set one. You know, it helps to stay with the right one. Okay, and flip that up to the top. DBL 159 radial, 13 miles out. All right, now on NAV2, which is over here, what I want to set, just looking over the chart here, okay, we'll set Kremlin, and that is 113.8. also do it here. Okay, and that gets our radio set. Push that back up to comms. All right. Now, there appears to be no NDBs. It sure does. So, hang on a second here. We're going to do the Aspen 7. Now we are able, winds again in Aspen. Hang on a second, I'm moving things over, I know. Okay, I was hoping for that, and I didn't see it. Okay, so the winds, they came up for you. Calm. So we're good with winds, 10 miles visibility, and it's clear. 30... 20, where did I get 30, 40? Did I misread something? 30, 25. Yeah, that's about the best we're gonna do. Okay. It's going to be one of those days. And what I'm going to also do is set for the star 3, what is it? 348. Okay. And look at that, it lines up. Okay, so we've got the GPS lined up. We've got not much radar here, but no, we're not going to worry about it. None of this works anyway, including the brightness and all, so we'll just leave it. Standby. We're going to keep it on 2000. We are IFR. So, in case, we'll go on here in a minute. So there you go, folks. There is our departure brief as well as a look at the flight. So all right, so we're back to the screen here and let's go flying. I think we've done enough. We got a run up still to do. We've got our radios tuned and set. Parking brake will release. We'll check our brakes, flight instruments, and do our engine run-up. Now, as you can see, looking out here, the winds are slightly favoring that way, so there's probably a puff of air in the vicinity here. More importantly, look at this hold sign, 3315. If you're not sure which way to turn, look at your... Hang on, let me look here for runway 33, which will be going to our right. So we want to go to our left to get to it. Or, as I was pointing out, okay, now you're gonna, I love it when things, there it goes. You're not gonna see it from there. There you go. Or the runways are gonna always tell you which way is which. So if you're taking off that way, you're going 15. If you're taking off to the right, 33. Long discussion, thanks to the lovely world of flight sim. All right, folks, so let's get on our way. Make sure. And again, the big Marcus, welcome aboard. Thanks for following us. Hope you have a great day. Let's take a look around the airplane real quick. See if we have any anyone wanting to fly along. All right, looks like we're on our own. Parking brakes off. We're already taxiing. That's because we're at 1,000 RPM. Gonna head on down and do our run up down there. It's nothing real intense. By the way, we're out early, folks. Go ahead and get our taxi light on. And in this plane, as you can see, just pretty much in the wheel wells. There isn't much exterior lighting. So we'll make our way down here. Okay, after we land in Steamboat Springs, that should only take about a half hour at the most to get there once we're airborne. We're going to try and head for Telluride. We'll see what kind of time I have. While we're taxiing, we'll set our decision altitude to 200. Okay. And we'll see. Telluride now is about 180 miles, so that's going to take about an hour to an hour and a half to get there once airborne. So kind of play that one by ear. Go ahead and switch our transponder over to standby. We'll keep a nice 1,000 on our engines. That way our batteries are charging and fan on heat. Okay. There we go. And oh yeah. While we're moving here, let's go ahead. Some cabin air in. Cockpit. Get the oxygen. Don't need temperature hot. Okay. Now, one thing V1 simulation talked about. Now, the wheel on the Navajo really doesn't tilt much, so they actually do use the propellers to help in the for castering of the nose gear. Let's see, am I a little further to go? But we'll go to this first. Actually, we're going to go into here for our run-up. That way we're not blocking commercial traffic. Yeah, I know, y'all are saying, block it, block it. There's so much here. All right, folks, so basically what he was saying is you would do this, would help push it that way, bring it back, offset with the other one. Now, for the little corrections, yeah, we can use the nose gear. We're just going to go down past the entrance we want to use. All right. Going to come up into this area behind the hold line here as well. Safely in, we're going to turn. set our parking brake, and we're going to do the engine run-ups now. So like I said, they're pretty simple stuff, folks. Okay, so mixtures, again, we double check are rich. Prop controls full forward, cow flaps are open. We're going to throttle up to 1500. And we're going to do a feather check. So we're going to take our props, we're going to pull them back. No more than 500 and push them back up. One more time. Okay, we're just basically getting that oil in the props working, the hydraulics and oil, and getting the blades so that when we do get up into cruise, we can set them just like we want. Okay, now we're going to take them up to... Okay, let's check our alternator, make sure, wrong one again. Alternator is charging. We have no lamps lit. Now we're going to go to 2300. Okay, we're stabilized at 2300. We're going to do a mag check. Left side, we should see a slight fall off. Is rebound. Should only be about 50 to 75 RPMs back up. Right side. Then we're going to bring them back to 1000. All the way down to idle now. Okay. Everything looks good here. We're going to come back up to 1000. Finish out and get ready for the takeoff now. Too much. There we go. All right, so our temperatures should all be nice and in the green, and they are. Looking at our engines over here. Okay. So autopilot. Wait a minute. Correction. Seat belts are still on. Fuel selectors set. Mixture and props forward. Flaps, we're going to set 15 degrees. Okay, just want to make sure where we're at on one notch. Trim, let's put a little back pressure in. Shield heat prop and pitot heat prop. Pitot heat I definitely want on, so they'll be left and right. We don't need the props, we're clear air. Avionics is set, radar is ready, transponder going to TARA, or in this case, altitude. Controls, here we go, let's give them a good check. Sure we don't have any gust locks. emergency fuel pumps on. Prop sinks off, which I have no clue where that switch is. And the parking brake, we're ready for departure. Let's make sure. Still no ATC, so nobody gets mad at me like they've been doing here lately. All right, Aspen traffic, November 8437 Zulu, departing runway 33 for Steamboat. Here we go. Parking brakes off, we're on the move. Funny how they have a runway hold line here. It's kind of the wrong, in my estimation, working at an airport, the wrong type of line, but who knows? Okay, recognition. And just for those interested, once we line up, I want to check something here. I don't like that clicking noise, whatever. R. $7,800 feet above sea level for those interested. Okay, for takeoff again, we're set to bank off according to the star SID. Heading 348. Pretty much direct red. Oh, it's called red table. What did I call it? I called it something else. Anyway, then we get on our route. All right, now for the autopilot, for those not familiar with going to it real quick, two things have to happen. One, we'll get the autopilot, we'll get established 348. Then we'll engage the GPS and go direct. All right, and then we'll switch to nav. All right, so here we go, folks. Big thing I like to do is try not to overspeed, so try to stay in the green for manifold pressure. There's 80. Rotate. Find this plane flies like a gem, folks. And let's get the gear up. Heading 348. I'm going to find I use that before. Folks, heading 348. I'm going to go ahead and bring the flaps down, or up, sorry. some speed up, and let's get into pulling the engines back on the RPMs.
Caution terrain. Caution terrain.
Gonna push the props in a little. Then all we have to do, folks, click the CDI to GPS, go nav, and she'll turn on course to red table. Wow. Not really sure why it gave us 9,500 feet. There ain't no way in hell we can clear any of this. Woo. So we're actually getting up in altitude to 13,000. We can then begin leveling off. Now we'll put the altitude hold on. All right. Coming over our first fix. Making that turn towards Remley. I have one more check I want to do. Okay, we're gonna get look at our. Sorry, folks. Again, gonna have to fix that. Okay, so what I'm gonna be focusing on is our cylinder heat temperatures and our engine. What I'm gonna be doing here. Zoom in this way. See if I can do this the easy way. Okay, cylinder heads are here, so I'm going to start closing up. Closing the cowl flaps, and you'll see that here in a second. Cylinder heads look good. I'm concerned over here. Oh no, we're fine. Engine temps look good, cylinder heads look good. Just wanted to make sure our temperatures here, both cylinder and EGT, are looking good. Time to lean us back. we're burning at about 20 gallons an hour of fuel. Fuel pressure is still looking good. All right, folks, we're on our way. Let's take a look again outside the airplane. You can see the cow flaps are gone. Tucked away, cleaning up the plane to look even better than it was before. Keep an eye on cylinder heads and EGT. Everything's looking. Why does that one look? Speed, we're doing about 170. See us trying to creep up there. So like I said, we are on our way. Let me, hey, Melvin Leroy, welcome to the stream. Flying up and around in your neck of the woods there, Mr. Leroy. By the way, hope you're getting more mobility to that arm. Hope you're feeling better. There you go. Oh, come on, plane, quit climbing. Get back down to 13, even though we're way above what we filed. Yeah, I think SimBrief has a gremlin or two in it. Putting me at 9,500 feet. Holy mackerel. I'd be buzzing treetops. This thing to maintain 13,000 feet. Well, we're coming up on is it Gremling? What's it called? Gremling. And we want to come over Tully. I believe it's 9,000, 10,000 feet. Pull that up. Oh, I didn't want to do that. So, Tully, they have us at 11,300. Oh, man, I tell you. See if it'll maintain. Okay, so looking at the chart real quick. Yeah, whatever they gave me altitude-wise, it's in brief. Throw it out the window. Holy mackerel. We'll keep it right here. So, and then we'll turn and head for Tilly, sorry. Then make Babe K, Busty, Pexa, and right into the runway, hopefully. Up. Too much. There we go. Yeah, I really love this Navajo, folks. It really is. Excuse me. Flying, I mean, for Carenado, this is, I mean, as close to the yellow line as I ever get in most of their planes, so not bad. All right, pull this up. That it is, and I have to say, X-Plane has some really good scenery here. Show off that side. J Drums, welcome aboard. See you there, trying to get our routing. Welcome aboard. Hope everything's going well today out at the airport. Only imagine there, J Drums. Only imagine. Yep, understood. Understood. Well, hopefully Allegiant's behaving, and well, I think it's one flight today. Hopefully they come in good and on time. Oh, speaking some airline news. Happened to be watching the news last night. Southwest, I hope some of you are not booked on those flights. Oops, we're over Kremlin. They're canceling a lot of flights for the fall season. I'm not sure if it's due to the pilot problems that many other airlines have been facing through summer because of the unexpected rush on tickets or what. But yeah, they're pulling back on the flights in from September, October, and trying to keep everything intact for the holiday season. Hopefully the others don't follow suit. All right, with that turn, that meant we just passed Kremlin. So we're going to be needing to start down here soon. Get on my game here real quick. Hang on. There we go. There we go. So again, we're still clear, 10 miles, no wind for 3018. Oh, this is going to be fun. I can see coming. I think they're so used to that on the airliners. Hang on, folks. See if we can't get this to move ever so slightly. Nope. Oh boy. All right. Well, we're going to start a descent to 11,300. That is where, let me try that again. There we go. Always helps to hit the right buttons. Over at Sky Vector, we're going to come in at Tully. Go to making. What is that? Head up to Abkey, Busty, Hexa, and then we'll be on the approach for the runway. Tully is not marked here, but Babkey is 11,300 or higher as we work our way down. The airfield itself is 6,800 feet above sea level. Looks like it might be in a pretty decent valley here, so this could be actually kind of fun. So, never been up in here. Well, I have been flying over this region, but I've never been down in the mountains like this. So this is pretty cool. So let's go ahead and pull that up and move ourselves into the pilot seat. Yeah, I was mean to my cargo. You couldn't get out of your seats. All right. So Tilly is 11 miles ahead of us. And I'm only flying the RNAV to make it easy to find the airport. I could have flown what came up with Sky Vector under routes, which would have been more direct off of Kremlin, but we'll fly the RNAV. Looks like it might even be a little bit of interesting scenery to see. Gorgeous, gorgeous scenery out here, folks. Just beautiful. And again, all goes well, we'll be short break in a Steamboat, and then we'll be off to Telluride. Now that's about 180 miles, folks. Good run for a twin-engine general aviation aircraft. Heck, even a single engine. Get an Arrow or a Cirrus. Yep, that'll do it. Lanker, if they're available, you know, they're good airplanes for that, folks. All right, we are now 5 miles out. But I need to do one quick check here. Looks like no ETC. All right, J-Drums, let's go. You love flying these kind of aircraft. Get your biz jet up. We'll meet you there at Steamboat. You can fly over to Telluride. Too long a flight. Oh, no, it's not. You get a Cirrus or a Lanker. That's cruising at about the same speed I am. Only take about an hour. But, you know, you want to fire your Hawker up, go right ahead. All right, here we go. We're hitting Tilly, about to make the turn. All right, checklist time. All right, mixtures. I know they're not going to go to rich. 1350. Ooh, they actually minimum 1350. Let's see. Here we go. And I don't see an airport yet, but we're going to start our descent. Let's kind of zoom in here. Does it say a minimum 13? Oh, okay. So we're going to go ahead and rich it up. Good. Fuel selectors are set, power as required, oxygen off below 10,000 feet, pitot and windshield heat as required. Okay, we're going to start down, folks. Seatbelts, pumps are full, pumps on, hang on, pumps are on, seatbelts lights, landing lights on. Okay, bus steep coming down. Next up is PEXA, which is 9,700 feet. Kind of hang here to slow up, because that's where we make our turn. A little bit. Props 2,400. Gear lights. At the initial bring the gear down. I like not seeing the runway. Holy crap, how did we get over Waker real quick and I never saw the runway? I see why I never saw it. Well, we'll make our break. Hang on, autopilot's coming off. We have the plane. Get that out of my way. Start slowing this beast down. Disoriented here mainly because I'm not familiar. The heck is our air? Okay, I'm going off in the wrong direction. Okay. Coming around. I see it now. Okay, so let's go ahead, get a notch of flaps in, gear out. Here we go, folks. Okay. Let's get another notch in. Brazos Valley. There's Steamboat Springs itself. Got the airfield and the runway. Steamboat Springs traffic. November 8437 Zulu, turning final runway 30, I think. And Steamboat, that's runway 32, November 8437 Zulu. Sloppy slope. All right, I get credit for 3 landings on that. The heck was that? All right, well, welcome to Steamboat, baby. Here we go. Let's get off the runway and clear things up. And Steamboat traffic, November 8437 Zulu's clear of runway 32 right. Correction, runway 32. All right. Cleared the runway. Cow flaps, let's get those opened up. Okay, wing flaps up. Pumps off. Pitot heats off. Landing lights off. And strobes are off. Okay. Here we go to parking. Okay, it looks like 364 feet a minute for the landing. Just pull right in here. Set that parking brake up. All right. Avionics. All right, so we'll go ahead and turn everything off. AP flight director off. Throttles to idle, and they are. Magnetic grounding check. Quick. Okay. Good deal. Heater switch. Off. Electrical equipment all off. Oh, oxygen. Off. Turn them both off. Mags off. Master switch off. All right, folks. We will resume here shortly. Stand by, and we'll be up here in a few minutes with the flight over to Telluride. All right, folks. Well, let's get to work. Shall we? Firing this up here. Had to get some coffee and other essentials taken care of. All right, so let's pull in Sim Toolkit and resize it here. Sorry, I should have done that prior to. Again, as you can see, this is Sim Toolkit. Last flight shows 364 feet a minute, and as you can tell, was logged. We flew it as an Ameriflight, so we're going to come up here now to flight tracking or flight planning. We're going to create a new plan. We're going to depart KSBS Steamboat Springs, Bob Adams Field, headed for Telluride. Oops, KTEX, November 8. There we are. And for now, we'll go with that call sign 8437. Don't know what Ameriflight is. But let's see, today's 28. And we're looking at about 18, we'll go 1820. Okay, plans, good, good. Contingencies, fine. Reserve, we'll go with a 45-minute. Taxi out, 20. Taxi in, 10. One passenger, and I'll let it figure out the cargo. Now for the routing. Let's see what we have out there. KTEX. I like to kind of see first. Kind of like that one. We'll go with that. We're going to make it take that route. It's what comes up if you put it into Sky Vector. In the flight plans, you'll see routes down. Let's see, where is it hiding? In the kind of the lower left where you put in your info, or lower right. Just click on it. It'll bring up a little page. Then you can click on that. It's 183 miles. Okay, so we'll put that there. We'll switch into VFR so people can see that. And let's generate a plan. Here it comes. Boom, looks the same. Should be. 32, runway 9. Okay, I'll buy it all for now. Let's see. Is runway 9 gonna be a good one? Actually, no. 27. Oh, that could be a fun arrival. All right, well, we'll leave it as this for now. We'll see how things pan out. So there's our flight. I'm gonna click fly now. Shows you the flight routing through the mountains. We're gonna basically fly a lot of what we just did, except continue on to Telluride. So let's kind of zoom in, shall we? And you folks, by the way, here's a feature of Sim Toolkit a lot don't realize. You can zoom all the way down to the ramps. And it'll show you the taxiways and all of that from, I think it's Google, but whatever it comes off of, it really doesn't matter. Here's where we came in at. But so you get an idea, we'll be turning out to get there. But it's a feature that's there, folks. It helps out a lot when you get to an unfamiliar airport so you know what to expect. Or when the controller says, taxi via Alpha Bravo Charlie Delta Zulu Kilo Alpha Delta. You're like, huh? You can at least come here. Now, it didn't show it there, all of that lettering and all, but you get the point. Here it's now finally showing where we're parked. Oh, that's why, because the ramp didn't display it properly. Anyway, here we are, Steamboat Springs. Got the flight in there. Let's kind of see what we're gonna have. One passenger and 1,330 pounds payload. So let's head over now. Let's do this. Let's resize this a little bit. Let's hop up in the cockpit. Okay. So 1,330 pounds. So we're going to come up here, go to the edit and weight balance. So we got a little bit more cargo to play with. Cool. Fuel. 986 pounds. I was going to say it better be a little bit more. Okay. And done. And apply. Okay. Back out to looking at the plane. And let's go to the flight plan. So we're looking at about 218 miles in the air with a wind of 263 at 13. Not bad. They want us up to 10,500 to start. Then at Liza, we'll find out where that is, 12,000. I'm already leery of what they're giving us because we flew over at 13,000. Let's take a look at the charting, shall we? Let's get rid of this. Bring in that. And let's take a look at minimum altitudes. 11.2, 13.4 through here. They want 13. 14 through here. 11.7 through here. Let's get on the lower one. See if 15,000 on this one. 14, 13. So folks, SimBrief is on drugs. I'm just totally 100% convinced now. We're going to file 15. Let's see, we're going east. So either 15 or 16 to be safe, to be on this airway. So this is hilarious. Alrighty, I'm glad I looked this time. So 15 to 16, we'll get Sim Toolkit up. Well, no, we actually don't need to. So, where are you, Sim Toolkit? What I'm going to be doing is filing a flight plan real quick. So bear with me as I disconnect. I can't file it without it. VATSIM. There. Okay, that's what I thought I did. Call sign November 8437 Zulu. It's a PA-31. And we're going to, why are we in the file? Am I filing VFR? No. I'm going to file 13,000. And then to, yeah, to, what is that? RLG? Bear with me here, folks, as I work the nuances of this out. Let me go ahead and show that to you. What the heck? Maybe I am. Okay, so here's our flight plan we're building. Okay, so what I've done to date, changed us to our tail number, 8437 Zulu, for IFR PA-31. This is the equipment on board. We're going to go with a that's fine. We'll leave it. We can change it later. Blocking out at 1820. We got plenty of time. We're going initial climb 13,000. We're going to Tex. Colorado Springs is our alternate. Take us about an hour. And what I want to do is now, bear with me, is head to go. Oh, right there. Okay. Hang on a second. Just getting some bearings here. So I want to go here. Okay. Oh, I'm going to say F150, and I don't know my speed, so we'll just leave it at that. Hopefully that makes sense to them. If not, it'll tell me, and I will stop it. File, filed, yay. Okay, so pull that away. Come up here, file my flight, connect, connect, flight plan, fetch. 224. Okay, so we'll fix that. Oops. November 224. Is that how it's done? 0224. I'll just put 220. It's Liza. Yeah, we'll leave that one. Okay, so we're gonna. Why did I just call sign in use? Thank you. We'll leave that. Okay, 13, 18. Poof, we're good. All right, folks. Okay. All right, folks, we are ready to kick off and head. When am I flying in the Gulf? Did you refuel? Yes, I did. We'll find out here, won't we? As soon as I power up. When will I fly in the Gulf of Mexico? Not right now. But folks, hang on a second. Didn't want to cough in your ears. Thanks for the reminder there. I do want to warn those down in the Gulf. Folks, take heed. Got a major hurricane heading your way. Due in tonight or tomorrow. I'm not 100% sure on the timing. But folks, it's coming ashore minimum category 3, if not more. And that's Katrina-like, folks. So I call it from Houston to Fort Walton Beach. Keep your eye on it. Get away from the coastline. You don't want this coming into your back door. I know, they're not taking my property. Well, it will. The government's not. A hurricane can and will if you're close enough to the storm surge. So, folks, take heed. The Air Force is moving assets out of there. You might want to move your assets out too. And I'm doing that in a child friendly way. So, anyway, let's get this thing fired up. And just to be safe, we refueled to 986 pounds as the flight plan calls for. And they've taken off the cargo, putting on the new cargo, and we are getting ready to get back in the skies. And again, D. Mimad, welcome aboard. Awful, we got Melvin Leroy lurking about. We appreciate y'all coming out. Hope y'all, if you have time, grab a plane. Let's go flying. We're heading from Steamboat down to Telluride. See if I can find Telluride any better. And let me, one more thing I do need to do here. Okay, it is set for SBS to TEX. Okay, so the overlay is set up. So let's go through the checklist one more time and let's see if we can't do a little better job here on flying. Okay, so pre-flight checks, we want to make sure again all switches are turned off. So kind of come in here, take, oh, I hate these. One thing I hate about Carenado and my ex-pilot is for some reason it won't keep them gone. The flight control yokes on the plane. All right, so we're going to make sure all the switches are closed, mixtures back all the way. Oh, get your butt back there. Props are forward, make sure the throttles move, and the autopilot is in, although you can't see it. Let's try this. Is in the off position. Okay, switches over here are off, and overheads, all but the no smoking and seatbelt signs are off. Okay, magnetos are off, fuel pumps are off. Okay, we'll kick the master switch on. Make sure we have 3 green. We have our 3 green. Fuel quantities are almost to the top, which is expected. Trim should be neutral. Cowl flaps are open, master switch off. Now, one thing V1 simulations pointed out here, these 2 switches, they would actually pull them out when they're doing their checks so they don't flood the engines. They automatically turn on the fuel pumps and they would end up with flooded engines, so they pull them until they're ready to actually start. Then they push them in. It's kind of some interesting stuff he gives sometimes. All right, next up on the checklist. Okay, so before starting the engine, let's take a little walk around the plane, why don't we? Because some of y'all didn't get a chance to see it prior to the flight, but here it is. We'll do a reverse walk around. Really a nice little plane. Love this Navajo, and the pilot could learn how to drive a little better. He's crooked. But anyway, so there it is, folks. The Chariot to Telluride. Okay, controls. Of course, now I need them. I'll make sure they're free, no locks in place. Okay, and the rudders, everything looks good. Cross feeds. Okay, now the fuel. Fuel is kind of fun here. Come over to the middle and we'll flip the camera, there they are down there, and everything is set as should be. Cross feeds off. We are on the uh, all fuel shutoffs are in, circuit breakers are in, avionics switch, hang on, coming back up, is in the off position. Heater is off as well. Static, alternate static is all pushed in and off. Mixtures are idle cutoff, props full, cowl flaps open. And when did it say turn the master switch on? Because you're not going to see 3 green till it is. There it is. Okay, master switch coming back on. Get rid of that. Okay, 3 green. Annunciator panel, press to test. All look good. And let's go ahead and close up. All right, prop sync off. Okay, next. Okay, time to start it up. Autopilot and seatbelt signs are on. Okay, to start this plane up, we've got the autopilot on, or autopilot master switch on. Open the throttles up about a 1/2 inch. Prop controls forward, mags on. We're going to start up the right side first. Now, what V1 said when he flew this plane, they had a door here. They were cargo. So they would start the right engine up first, just in case if it ever caught fire, they had a way out still. Now, of course, the logic is great until you start up number 1, or the left side, and it catches fire. But anyway, I digress. Good logic, though, for the most part. Anyway, so now here we go to mixture rich on that engine. And then 6 gallons per hour, which is going to be really quick. Off, pull back. Okay, and then we're going to crank it. Okay, let's get the fuel in. Okay, so oil pressure came up. The rest will come here momentarily. Gear light malfunctions are good. No shows and 3 green. Okay, starting up the second one, same thing. Start with the mags. Let's see if I can start it with the alternator off on the other one. Okay, mixture rich. All right, folks, I just realized my mic was muted. Journey in, how are you? Sorry about that. I'm in your flight movie. Awesome. A310. You know, an A310 out of here would be fun. I don't know if there's enough runway, but it would be fun. Journey and welcome aboard. I just realized after coughing, I forgot to unmute my mic. But anyway, we got both engines going. I hope that all made sense. It's basically you got to prime it, fire it up on the right side, prime it, fire it up on the left side. I'm not sure if this came out or if I'm repeating myself, but it's the V1 simulations has helped me out a lot on this plane. Oh, I see where that was. That's what closed that up. He used to fly these before he went into the A320. Little tip he gave is, in their planes, they had a door right here for cargo, so they could go in and out. Now, that might have been a chieftain. I'm not sure if he was a chieftain or a Navajo. But they would start the right side up because if for some reason it caught fire, they could get out the left side. Great logic. I applaud it. Except, well, what if you get that engine started and you start the left one and it catches fire? Then you're going to have to go out the back. But anyway, and you got to crawl over cargo. So, anyway, I find it's a neat story. That's actually, I like the logic. We'll go with it. Let us continue on here. Okay, so before taxi, master switches are on. Alternator switches are on, which is not in this checklist from Carenado. Another strike that I find, and there are very few strikes against this plane, folks. It flies phenomenally. Even when you miss the runway and you got to fly the pattern. It really does a great job. So I highly recommend it. We don't want to be on heat. Be on the fan and cabin air, cockpit air. Pull this all the way out. Oxygen on, because obviously we're going to be flying above 10,000 feet. We're charging, as you can tell here. So let's go ahead. We'll kick the avionics on over there. It's a switch right next to the throttle console. Okay. Gyros are all up and running, set and good. Altimeter hopefully is close. And I'm going to just do a quick check out here on Sky Vector. On Tellurides. 3018, and that's going to be about as close as we get. Okay, and continuing. Electric trim on, which I don't know how to turn that on in here. Autopilot's checked and off. The easiest way, click the A here. The switches, this line is down towards off. It's good. And I don't know how to set that, so we'll go there. Fuel valves are set. Radios, let's get those set. Okay, we're set for Unicom, VATSIM. Folks, by the way, we are on VATSIM. Feel free, hop in. Love to have you flying along. A310s are welcome, although you'll beat us by several hours, no, several minutes. It's about an hour-long flight in the Navajo. Pick your poison. General aviation is best here in Colorado. Love to have you along. We'll release the brakes here momentarily. So, what we're going to do here, what are we set? Oh, looks like we're still set up on the other flight, so we'll come here. First off, let's go to flight plan, go to menu, work down to delete flight plan, enter. It did not put KSBS up here, so we're going to put it in. S. Hopefully This airplane resets without me having to reset the sim. We'll see. Steamboat. Enter. Okay, so now from Steamboat. Oh, I didn't push this in, so we're going to have to put this kind of funky in here. All right, that's okay. We'll, you know, we will adapt and overcome. UT. Hetchi. And this is good for those. I'm going to go ahead and pop it out then. Basically, push cursor is here. This outer wheel is here. Okay, so we're just going to put them in. HETGI. Okay, head key to okay, now I'm gonna have to pull up the map to what is that called? RLG. We're just gonna do it kind of on a simplistic look. I believe it's LG. Yep. Okay, and then from there to DBL. And folks, if you know how to put airways in here, I would sure love to know how to do that, because I don't. And let me check the last half. So, going to ISIS, I believe. Okay. I kind of figured that. Actually, there is a way. Oh, I didn't know that. I don't work with this modern fandangle GPS technology. I didn't know there would be a way. I know, showing my age. Okay, let's see here. Let me pull Sim Toolkit. ISIS. Okay, so go to ICI. ES. Enter. Okay, then off of that, we need to hit MTJ. But went too far. MTJ Montrose. Is that the name? Montrose it is. Alright, I may have to take a quick break here and figure out why my dog is going crazy again. LY. Z. ZA. Enter, accept, And then finally we get to put in the arrival point, Kilo Tex. All right, folks, there you go. We've got the GPS finally loaded. Okay. All right, and I don't think it has a departure here. We'll check here. I am going to be right back, figure out what's going on with my dog. Give me a second. Okay, folks, sorry for that. No idea what my dog was barking at. All right, much better view. Sorry about looking dead center at the route and all of that. Okay, so we finished up the radio setup. Kind of. Let's one last look at our charting here for what we have. So we have 13.8. Oh, 1220. Let's get that in here. So 1220. Even though I really don't use these, keep 1300 because that's here at Red Table. 1380. And Montrose is 17.1. Okay. And then finally our track over to, is that BQZ for Steamboat? Yes. It's 352. Will be actually on the 131 heading. Right about there. Like I said, we'll check to see if there is a departure out of here. Okay, and let's get this back up. So basically what we're gonna do, folks, we'll do this right here real quick down and dirty. Kind of a, call it a departure brief. We're gonna take off. We're heading to the north, so we'll swing around, heading for VOR BQZ, and then on to Hetke and our routing. So as you look at the GPS, pretty much figure we're going to loop back, probably just kind of like we're in the pattern, climbing out, heading to BQZ and then over to Hetke and then out. All right, so there's our departure brief. Let's pull that up. Switching into the live map, making sure nothing's really around us. Okay. See Salt Lake ATC, so let me see what that means. Nothing for us. Okay. We're on VATSIM. You know what? I do need to change something. Okay, there we go. All right. Just in case you all tried clicking, that's if you want to find me on VATSIM. All right, so let's, you know what? We got a run up still to do, so let's get rolling. Keep her at about 1,000. Engines are warmed up. We're just going to head down there, spin around, and do our run-up. Don't like the brakes. I may have to go in there and see if I've got them maybe set wrong. Okay. All right, so for the engine run-up, folks, it's like I told earlier, it's really not all that hard. You can do it one of a couple of ways. I like to take her to 2,300 RPM. Okay, at 2,300 RPM, we're just going to check our mags. We should see 175, should get 50, but the max allowed is 175. So, number one. Looks good. Come on, there we go. Let it reset. Come down with the mag 2. Good drop. Check number 2 out. Okay. Second mag. Good. Now we can exercise the props at this point. So we're looking for 3 to 500. And basically, we're getting all that oil in the props. We should get it all lubricated, make sure everything's working right. One more time. Okay, now we're going to bring them back to 1,500 and we're going to do a feather check. Okay, what's going on here? One thing I'm not seeing here is why am I not getting fuel flow showing? Okay, well, let's okay, and they feathered out good. And now let's bring them down to 1,000 RPMs. Check something here. Huh. Well, there's another way to make that work. Okay, fuel pressures are in the green. Everything else is looking good, but this gauge is not. Neither is, oh, this altimeter is not set, that's why. There we go. Okay, so let's proceed to before takeoff. Seatbelts are on, fuel selectors inboard. Okay, we're in the inboard tanks. Cross feeds. Fuel selectors inboard, quantities, props forward, mixtures rich, flaps set, autopilot's off, trim set. Okay. Surface de-ice we're not worried about. Get up here, turn our pitot heat on. Prop and surface we're not worried about, they're on. Avionics set, direction indicator set, radar as required. Coming back down here, transponder to alt. And controls. Emergency pumps are on. Brakes will be released here momentarily. All right, we're ready for takeoff, folks. Normal takeoff. Brakes will apply and hold until ready to go. Throttles to full forward. Manifold pressure check. Prop speed 2575 when we release the brakes. 83 knots when we rotate, gear up, and accelerate past 89 before the flaps. All right, all makes sense, right? Clear as mud. Here we go, folks. All right, brakes off. And any collisions are on. Steamboat traffic, November 8437 Zulu. Back taxiing runway 32 for departure. Okay, landing lights on. I always forget about these cameras I have set up. All right, folks, we're getting ready to embark on a 180-mile trip. Let me see if anyone's out there joining us. Just to be off that screen. And yes, folks, we're going to still back taxi the whole runway, even though we have Oh, we only, it's 40, 6,882 feet. Folks, you can take off wherever you want. But if for some reason you oops and they go, well, why didn't you use the whole runway? Well, I didn't need it. Well, obviously you did. So that's real world, of course. But anyway, just why I always use every inch of the runway they give me. All right, so we're getting now down to the nitty gritty here where we're at the end. Go ahead and get ready to set up to spin it around. Wow, pretty good incline here. Okay, take off, like I said, a little slower this time. Throttles will go to full forward. We'll check the manifold pressure, and then we'll release the brakes. Three knots is V rotate. Here we go. You're up. And what I'm gonna do here, folks, is we're just gonna then put her to nav. All right, what did I say for initial 13,000? Okay. And we're gonna get these props pulled back. And start closing up the cloud flaps. We're gonna have to do it from here. That way I can watch my cylinder heads. Okay. Flaps are up. Okay. Down there went 13,000. Dang it. Okay, now come on, girl, settle in. Come on, give me 13,000 airplane. Play nice. getting into cruise here if the airplane will do what it's supposed to. Now, once we cross Kremlin, we're going to be climbing to 15,000. That way we're within the MEAs that are established for the routing. But for now, let's get our engines leaned out. Right there. Actually, let's get our props. Okay, holding 13,000 right now. Just swing my CDI, even though we're probably actually got a little ways to go. Alright, so there we go, folks. We're leaned. Push just. Okay, I'm comfortable there. Cylinder heads. Oh, we're going to need to open up. Okay, so let's push them down. And that's what you got to watch with your cylinder heads, folks. And we're watching this portion of the gauges here, get them to cool down a little before we try closing up again. Okay, good there. All right, folks, we're on our way. Yes, Sim Toolkit can show you that. Let me bring that into play here. Let's see, Sim Toolkit. Okay. So with Sim Toolkit here, let me, I hate this map. Bear with me a second, folks. Wrong one, controls, right? No. Overlays, should have known. Dang it. Going to satellite. All right. Although, you know what? I guess we'll use this. Basically, up here is this is on Sim Toolkit. Now, I'm no longer on the flight summary, which is where we started. I'm on the live map. So this is showing anything in, here, I'll just pull it up here again. These are the color coding on here. So for the online traffic, anything green is VATSIM. IVAO would be the pinkish, reddish, whatever you want to call that. The grays are POSCON, and you can turn these on or off. And then Sim Toolkit would be the blue ones. And you can see I can hover over them and it doesn't matter. So there's VATSIM. That's a Sim Toolkit aircraft. All right, so along the route, now I've got it set up here to follow me. So I'm going to kind of zoom out. Now you can see ATC, you can also see the weather. Salt Lake has an ATIS up, so they must have like an approach or something. But LA and Phoenix, or LA, Phoenix, and Albuquerque are up. Zoom out a little more. Oh, the whole southeast is lit up. Wonder why. By the way, there's some of the outer banding of the hurricane. But so there's your ATC and VATSIM. And you set that up by just clicking here, flights, airport area, which would be your centers, airport ATCs, and then flights, of course, go away. And it's the same for the rest of them. Now I'm going to get a different color. I'll set a different color up for POSCON. I don't like gray because on this map, you're not going to show up. So let me go back to what I like. Overlays, satellite. So you can see now the centers kind of get tough to see a little bit, but now we're over our first fix. As soon as we roll out, we'll climb up. Carlos K737, welcome aboard. Thanks for following us. Hope you have a great Saturday on tap. We're flying basically over to Telluride, GA style. Accept these. All right, so now got to set up for a climb. So basically I'm going to punch in a little bit more prop. Not that much. Come over here. I'm going to turn off altitude. And we're going to start climbing for 15. Nice and easy. That in Sim Toolkit, I'll show that here in a second. Let me come on a little bit more. There we go. In Sim Toolkit, you'll see over here streaming. You take this, you set this up how you want it to show, and then I'm sorry, I'm paying attention to make sure we're still climbing. Take this link and make it a browser. It'll go right on your OBS. Yep, Salt Lake Center just came up. Stop climbing. All right. Yeah, you're welcome. Welcome aboard. Hope you enjoy the stream. Hope you enjoy our flights that we have upcoming. I haven't really set our schedule up yet, but be watching for it here in a moment. Let's get this bird climbing. Come on. Get your butt back up here. There we go. Too much airspeed. But the MEA for here, let me show you that. There she goes, nosing down again. Browser. Alright, we're a little ahead of the game there. 14,000 minimum. Wait a minute, am I going the right way to be at 15? I'm going the wrong way for 15. Doggone it. We'll level off at 14. Okay, let's see. Up there went 14. I got 15 from. Oh, well, my bad. As soon as we get all leveled back out at 14,000, we'll set things. Oh, here's where I got 15 here. We'll actually end up at 16,000. So we might as well just keep climbing for 16. Cow flaps taken care of here shortly. Crossing 15 or 16. Airplane, come on. Need at least 500 feet a minute. Bad thing about flying these things, in the real world you can trim out the back pressure. Can't feel it here in the sim. Or at least I can. Let's put it that way. I'm going to start leveling off. There we go. Now we're leveled off. We'll reset everything once our speeds and all resume. GTs are looking good. While I'm thinking about it, I'm sure my altimeters are pretty close to what they should be. Eagles showing 3019. Aspen 25. Okay. All right, so pulling the power back. I'm at about 22. Cylinder heads can be warmed. Go halfway for now and see how that works. All right, folks, we're headed Telluride. And let's, while we wait for it to recycle, we'll get the weather started in here and start. Now that was wrong. Okay, so 3042 again. What the heck? All right, well, we'll kind of see what's happening here. Okay. Cylinder heads appear to be doing pretty good, so get them a little further to closing. Try closed again. Keeping an eyeball on them. Okay, they're coming up again. And we'll keep an eye on them. They're 400 right now. Out, okay. Okay, cruise again, emergency fuel pumps as required. I'm going to keep us leaned right to where we're at. We're looking, oil temperature is running a little warm. And we're coming over double table. Making the turn here in a couple of seconds. Folks, so we are on our way. Looking at the GPS while we're here. Let's kind of get a better view here. Flight plan wise, we are now oh, that's building up. Sorry. Try what? Oh, we're about 105 miles out of Telluride, so. Winds are not playing nice for us today. is my browser? There we go. All right. So we're just crossing double table, or red table, my bad. We're going to be heading over Pittman, Dirty, to Ices. And then to Montrose. From there, we'll head down to Liza, Scub, and in. Alright, so let's see what we're showing. 320 at 4. Okay, winds are lighting up. I appreciate that greatly. However, I don't like what the TAF is showing. Excuse me. 270 at 8, gusting to 17. I do not like runway 27 at Telluride. Oh, y'all are going, why? Well, let me get something going here real quick. This doesn't show it justice either. Well, maybe. Let's see. Bear with me here. I'm getting... Okay. So what I'm going to do, let's bring this, introduce in the charts. Okay, so here it is, pretty simple. Okay, looking on the surface here, piece of cake. 7,100 feet, back taxi for the ramp. Yep, I buy that too. Oh, things just changed drastically, didn't they? Folks, we're going right into where we're surrounded by mountains. We're going to be making this a very tight turn to come in on 27. So we'll have to make the call how we want to run this. You got a 12,000 foot mountain here. You're probably close to that all around it. So fun approach on runway 9. Piece of cake. Come right in on the localizer, right on the runway. Here we're going to have to stay visual all the way around in a left pattern to 27 and pretty tight. So, but you're here to fly with Mike. We're going to do the best we can to give you the best flight possible. AI Barrington, welcome to the chat room. Hope you're having a great Saturday. We're flying from Steamboat Springs, Colorado, down to Telluride. According to the ticker at the top, we have about 26 minutes ahead. So let's take these 26 minutes and start really knuckling down on what we're going to fly in here. And kind of, just kind of imagine we're going into something like, right, like I can't imagine, can't really show it. But anyway, it's kind of like you're flying into here, you're going to stay real close to mountain. It's going to be a fun approach for 27, but we're going to try it anyway, if we have to. If the winds stay this light, I'll come in with the tailwind, folks. So Yeah, I'm going to look at a couple of things here. Get some bearings here. Where are some of these fixes they're talking about? Oh, they're up here. Hang on a second. Something doesn't seem right. That's what I thought. I stopped at Liza. Where's Liza? I think I am going to go make a change here. Got no arrivals. That's always lovely to see. All right, well, we don't have to worry about that. All right, well, we'll plug it in then. DYUC. Although I don't know how I'm going to do that. So, basically what I've been doing here, folks, I am making a makeshift approach. So let me show it to you. All right, as you can see, This is the RNAV GPS Z approach. We're going to basically fly to a DEYUC now, then to Telluride, and then CEPMA. Let's go ahead and put that one in there as well. See if it will let me see. And I'm doing all of this, as you can tell, folks, on the fly. MA. CEPMA. Enter. Alright, so that basically sets us up for our arrival into here. Now, from here, I can determine if I have to go around to 27 or straight in. We'll make that call at that point. Alright, so we're 83 miles out. We're at 16,000 feet. Now, as we look at this arrival, again, it's the Telluride GPS RNAV Z arrival. Now, this is for runway 9. However, we have circling. We do have circles to land. So this gives us an idea. We can drop down to 11,640. The big thing we got to worry about here, we're 9,000 feet MSL. So, as you can tell, we're going to be 2,000. That's a pretty decent pattern altitude. A little high, but it's, you know, you got a 10,000 foot mountain here, so you got to kind of play it by ear. We may be circling to land. 27. Okay. Now, also it says down here, not authorized at night, north of runway 9 or 27. Geez, I can't imagine with that big mountain right there. But anyway, the frequencies across the top. Common traffic's 123.0 will be on 122.8 because of VATSIM rules. Here is our channel for the approach. To here, we'll decide from here if we continue in or not. That automatically sets, folks. But we'll be on a heading of 9.6. And CEPMA will descend down to 13,000 feet. Our MDA is 10,640 feet, which is about 1,600 feet above sea level. That is correct. My bad. Sorry, I got wrapped up. Now, missed approach. This is going to be one of those where we flip a coin. If we're coming in 27, we're going to go straight out to and hold at cones. If we're doing the approach as published, it's a right-hand turn to 15,000 feet out to cones. Hold, left-hand turn, so we're going to do a teardrop entry. And let's see here. And you're going to need to climb at about 380 feet every nautical mile to 12.5. Again, that's because of the high terrain. So, welcome to Telluride, folks. Transition, we're not worried about. We're not even above it. And vertically, so crossing the VOR will be at 13,000. We can pretty much just kind of slowly come down. Maybe we'll be pulling some power back, getting into a full landing configuration. And then 12,900 here. Straight down, our missed approach again is 10,640 feet. And finally, what we have to have here to land, looks like 3 and 1060. I think we're Class C. So again, 1640 and 3 for our circle to land minimums. We will, if we are going to go for 27, we're told by ATC we're going to runway 27. We're going to come off SEPMA basically in an angle so we can make a nice curve into land runway 27. Once on the ground, 7,000 foot runway, we'll back taxi, unless we make A3, doubt it, but if we do, to A3, and we'll find some place to park here. One last thing, we can be watching for pappies on the left-hand side and runway end identifier lighting. So there you go, folks. There's our arrival brief. Kinda gonna be a fun ride in. Let's just put it that way. Okay, we'll put the GPS away, and we'll put charts away. So I hope you all found that informative. We're starting to get out away from the mountains. Let's get another look outside here at the plane. And I want to get back in real quick. I did check something real quick. Yeah, we need to get our cow flaps open again. See, the needles are getting close to red. Let's go half. Let's see how that does. Okay, we're going to go all the way open. And I can see the left engine's oil temp is coming down a little. Means the cylinders will too here as well in a minute. Probably run at half, and we're making the turn here. All right, we're, I believe, heading to Montrose. Yes. All right, folks, so we're getting pretty close to where we'll start our descent down to 13,000. Get those temperatures under control. EGT looks good. Can't get the cylinders down yet, though. Give it a little longer. We'll be also pulling some power off here in a minute, so for this portion to Montrose, 12,000. So we could actually begin our descent, but we'll hang here, let the hopefully let the engines get a little easement here. See what happens. Very nice looking aircraft, folks. Melvin Leroy got that one right earlier today and saying that very beautiful scenery it's flying in. Oh, sure beats the St. Louis area. Now I've left the sound up because, quite frankly, this is how it sounds without earmuffs inside the aircraft. Now, of course, if you had earmuffs, it muffles a little more, but for the most part, you're flying and hearing it just like it would sound. Okay. About 4.5 miles to Montrose, I believe is the name of the fix. Montrose, and then we are headed to Cones, which is Telluride. So, 21 miles to Duke. Duke is our initial in on the RNAV. Minimum descent, 13,000 feet. And then we'll cross Cones, headed to Sepa. Currently 30 miles out of Cones. We're going to go ahead, we're going to just do a light descent. Kind of call this an en route descent. Nonetheless, we'll begin setting up for it. Mixtures no more than, I don't get this one. This one I don't remember. Why would you be leaning at the... Well, anyway, I'm not going to get frazzed out about it. Just kind of curious. Fuel selectors, power, oxygen, okay. Come down here, we'll click the altitude off. Now you'll see it's up here on the display. Now you don't. There's 15,000. Real still showing 3042. Now she's gonna stabilize. I don't like this. 30, 42. Other radar, other reports nearby. Well, I'll have to go with it. Again, it's 9,070 feet above sea level. Okay, so here we go. Altitude hold. These guys up one time. Sorry about that, folks. Didn't realize I had turned off the overlay. Why do I need to light the afterburners, J drums? Coming over. Why do you have to be a biz jet? What's wrong with the Navajo? Alright, so we're at 13,000 now, according to the descent. Hang on a second here. Bring that into view real quick. We need to be at 12,900 here, so we're fine all the way to here. And then we're going to head into Telluride. Again, we may circle to land, we may not. It'll all depend how the aircraft feels and whether I need to do the circle or not. Let's see if I can do a little better than we did in the Steamboat and not overshoot the airport. 12 seconds to the turn. I am not going to worry about altimeter at this moment. All right, ladies and gentlemen, prepare for landing. All I'm doing is pulling the manifold pressure down to 25. Start allowing it to slow up. All right, folks, give you an idea so you can kind of see what we're flying into. Memory serves me right. Telluride's right there. So if we have to circle, we're going to come around and basically right on the face of those mountains, turn her inbound. Slowing up. Basically, I'm wanting to get the flap speed here. Okay, now we will run the descent checklist. Okay, descent checklist mixtures. I'm going to go ahead and rich. Power is required. We're still coming down. I can't remember if it's this hill or this hill Telluride's on, or it may be a different one, but I just know we're getting really close. It tells me it's out in here somewhere. Anyway, you'll see what I mean here in a minute. Pilot windshield heat as required. Okay, before landing, seatbelts are on, fuel pumps on. Mixtures are rich. Prop sinks off. Prop controls 2400. Here at 156. And here we go. Actually, it's straight ahead, folks. Right there. Let me get my props to 2400. Coming down. Okay, first notch of flaps. All right, folks, make your predictions. You don't have very much longer till we're on the ground. We're coming in. Landing runway 9. Telluride traffic, November 8437 Zulu. About a 5-mile final, runway 9er. Full stop. Next notch of flaps. Try to hold 110 for a little longer. Okay, wing flaps are coming out. I could have gone at 174. Okay. Why does it not show that? I hate speeds like that. Landing lights are on. Got to turn them off. They were in the bell, so it didn't matter. And radar, well, we never turned it on, so we don't have to worry about it. Flaps full. On glide path stable. put a prediction in, folks, it's exclamation mark, the word predict, space, and then the minus sign and the number you want to put in. Like I said, you can see what I mean, what a bear this would be for a circle to land. Ski in here, folks. Do a little skiing. I do a little kick with the skis at the end, but I think it might hurt the plane. Well, welcome to Telluride, folks. Did I miss a taxiway? No, I did not. Yep. Doing a little skiing, little, hitting the moguls. Had a little fun coming down this. I might have to one day try coming in on 27, do the circle to land. All right, where do we want to park? All right. Flaps up. The cow flaps aren't open. They will be now. Okay. Get the basics out of the way. Wing flaps, emergency pumps off, heater switch off, prop controls now go full forward. I'm going backwards, folks. I didn't even have reverse thrust on. Oh, that was hilarious. Oh my goodness, we're going backwards. Where do I want to park? And leap. Oh, there we go again, going backwards. Well, there really isn't a spot for me in there. Guess I will figure a way in here. Time to be a bully. Is there a spot down there, maybe? Wonder why that's coned off. It's like a perfect spot for me to park in. Okay. So heater switch, if used, turned off. We didn't. I think we're on fan. Let me check. Yep, go to off. 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 Just now got below 10,000 feet, folks. And we already turned the strobes off. Okay, next on the checklist is parking brakes set, avionics off, autopilot's off, throttles, they want us to idled. Oh, I know why. Mag grounding check. Hang on, what's the red lights real quick? Okay, they're off. Okay, doesn't matter. Okay, lift engine. Okay, they're good. Okay. Okay, lights off. And torpedo heats can go off. All right, first engine started was number 2. Okay. Gear handles down. Second engine. Okay, both engines shut down. Mags off. Oh, can't see them from there, so we'll go right here. All right, folks, we're shut down. Let's take a look. What was the landing recorded at? 56 feet a minute. Man, I must have been on the 3rd or 4th landing. I don't know when it recorded that. All right, folks. Well, we want to thank you for flying here. You know what we're going to do, though? We didn't get to do this in Alaska because of the timing. Okay, everything looks good. You can kind of see what it would be like to try to circle to land. Quite fun, to say the least. Especially right over here, turning base. Wow, that could get fun. All right, well, we are going to go ahead. Let's roll the tape back. First, we have to come, hang on, let me make sure we're not waiting on anyone. Are you serious? Did I actually file my flight plan? Yes, I did. I don't get it. Oh, well. Doesn't look like anyone's following us, so we gonna go ahead and go off of VATSIM. And we don't have an ACARS program running, so we can now go ahead and go into replay mode. And let's get some music for this, shall we? That was kind of fun. Let's watch it a little slower. That looked really pretty decent landing. See what it looks like out of here. Looks really good. Wow. Better than I thought it was. Man. Wow, that was much better than what I felt it was. Wow, okay. All right, folks, wow, I'm shocked how well that landing really was. Wow. Just looking at that runway, that's scary. Seeing that hump down like that right after the touchdown points. One more time out. See how it looks from the tower. Which is pretty much where I'm parked at. Well, folks, this has been a great day. We've been flying for, a little over, just under 4 hours from Aspen, Colorado up to Steamboat Springs. And now we're Steamboat Springs over to Telluride. Folks, it's been a fun time in the Navajo. Matter of fact, I don't see the Navajo anywhere. Where is he hiding? Must be on the runway. Oh, there it is. It's on the runway. So, folks, you all have a great day. Thanks for flying with Mike, as always. We'll be back Monday with another broadcast. Not sure yet where we're going to fly to. Never know. I may pick up the Bagram flight and head to Bagram. Who knows? We'll see. But thanks for flying with us. God bless. Y'all have a great day.